Listen up, guys. The Asian session is giving us a real grind right now, and my EA is definitely feeling the heat in this choppy mess. We have been cycling through entries all day, and while we caught some beautiful moves earlier, this current range around the 4,714 level is absolute poison for trend followers. I am sitting in a short from 4,711 that is under a bit of pressure because the market is just refusing to commit to a direction ahead of that massive core PCE and GDP print tomorrow. If we cannot clear the EMA 20 at 4,721, I expect us to just magnet back to the pivot midpoint while we wait for the big boys in New York to wake up. It is honest work navigating these fakeouts, and if you want to see exactly how the logic handles this volatility, check out XAUUSD Julia.com for the breakdown. The dollar is looking weak, and the big institutional players are still heavily leaning long, so I am not getting married to this sell side if we see a clean breakout above 4,720. Drop your questions in the chat if you are eyeing any specific levels before the data dump. The EA just pulled the trigger, buy on gold at 4,729.012, stop loss at 4,721.903, targeting 4,736.121 and 4,743.229. Heads up, the market is currently ranging. Smart mode shows choppy conditions, so manage your risk carefully. Stop loss hit. Minus 71 pips on this trade. Losses happen, that's why we have risk management. The EA is scanning for the next setup. The EA just went short. Sell on gold at 4,718.483. Stop loss at 4,727.498. Targeting 4,709.468 and 4,700.453. Market update: we are in a ranging market. This is a higher risk environment. The smart mode filter is watching. Take profit one hit, plus 89 pips. The EA is now moving the stop loss to break even. The EA just secured this trade by moving the stop loss to entry. Zero risk now, we are in a free trade. Take profit 2 hit, 0 pips total. The EA caught the full move on this setup. New trade alert. Julia just opened a buy position on gold. Entry at 4,718.802. First target 4,726.524. Full target 4,734.247. Heads up, the market is currently ranging. Smart mode shows choppy conditions, so manage your risk carefully. Stop loss activated. We took a small loss of 79 pips, but that's why we have stop losses. The EA is already scanning for the next opportunity. We have a fresh sell signal on gold. The EA entered at 4,711.223, with stop loss at 4,718.931. First target 4,703.515, second target 4,695.808. Market update: we are in a ranging market. This is a higher risk environment. The smart mode filter is watching. The Asian session is giving us a massive battleground right now, and I am laser focused on that 4,720 level where the 20-period EMA is sitting. We just saw a decent rejection there, and as long as we stay pinned below that moving average, my bias remains firmly to the downside for this current leg. My open sell from 4,711 is sitting in a nice bit of profit, but this sideways grind with an ADX under 16 is testing everyone's patience before the heavy hitters like PCE and GDP drop later. Everyone is watching the headlines out of the Middle East, but the technicals are telling me that the mid-pivot at 4,729 is the true line in the sand for the bulls to regroup. If we can't reclaim that level soon, I suspect we might see a nasty liquidity grab toward the lower Bollinger Band. Drop your thoughts in the chat and let me know if you're holding through the news or tapping out early tonight. We are seeing some serious technical pressure on the lower time frames right now, with the 5 and 15-minute charts flashing strong sell signals as we hover around 4,710. I am keeping a very close eye on that EMA 20 at 4,720, because as long as we stay tucked under that level, the bears are essentially in control of this immediate range. My EA just punched into a sell at 4,711.72, and it is already running in the green, but honestly, with the ADX showing such a flat trend, this is a classic choppy mess, where you have to be nimble. On the fundamental side, all eyes are on that core PCE data coming up in several hours, because that is going to be the real catalyst to pull us out of this sideways grind. If you want to see how this automated strategy handles these volatile data releases, you can find the details on XAUUSDJulia.com whenever you have a second. I am noticing the dollar is actually weakening quite a bit here, so if gold can somehow find its footing and reclaim that middle pivot point, we might see a massive squeeze of the tracked shorts. For now, I am sitting tight with this runner and watching how we react to this 4,711 support level. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat if you want me to pull up another pair or look at a specific level you are trading. Hey Dota, it is so awesome to have you here. So the way Julia Scalper works is actually even better than copy trading because it runs directly on your own MetaTrader 4 platform. Once you get your lifetime license for $249, you just attach the EA to your gold chart and it trades completely 24/7 automatically according to its smart filters. Right now we actually have a sell trade running that is up over 100 pips. so you can see the logic in action live on the screen. Oh Dota, I totally hear you. Transitioning between platforms can feel like a bit of a headache at first, but honestly, you are going to love how simple MetaTrader 4 actually is once you get going. My Julia Scalper is specifically optimized for MetaTrader 4 to give you the best performance, so it really is worth that tiny learning curve. Plus, I provide a super easy installation guide that walks you through every single click, so you won't be doing it alone. You've got this, and I promise the results of having the bot trade gold for you 24/7 make it so worth it. The big money is definitely showing their hand right now, with speculators stacked heavily on the long side, and honestly, seeing that kind of institutional commitment makes me think this current dip is just a liquidity grab before the next leg up. We are sitting right under that mid-pivot at 4,729, and while the short-term frames are leaning bearish, the daily structure is holding its ground beautifully despite the noise. I am keeping a very close eye on the 4,713 level, because if buyers do not step in hard right here, we could see a quick slide toward the EMA 20 at 4,700 to flush out some of these late longs. My current sell is feeling a bit of heat as the dollar softens, but with PCE and GDP data looming, the market is playing a dangerous game of chicken that I am more than happy to trade. How are you guys positioning ahead of the New York Open tomorrow? Are we hunting for a breakout or fading these ranges? Hey, Zamfazali. Oh, that is such a timely question with the Tokyo session just kicking off. Honestly, I think we are in for a bit of a grind, because the market is showing some heavy sideways chop right now. My EA is actually sitting in a sell trade as we speak, and I'm watching that weak ADX closely because it tells me the trend isn't quite ready to explode just yet. I'm expecting Tokyo to test these lower levels, especially with the dollar showing some weakness, so let's see if we can get a nice clean move away from this ranging mess. Hissam Fazali, that is such a sharp observation. You are totally right that the dollar index is showing some weakness right now, which usually gives gold a nice tailwind. However, if you look at the charts with me, we are seeing some heavy technical pressure on the lower time frames, like the 5 and 15-minute candles, where the trend is still pointing toward a sell. My EA is actually holding a sell position right now because it's following that immediate momentum rather than just the dollar correlation. It's all about that balance between the big picture and what's happening right this second on the grass level. Plus, with the market in a bit of a ranging mode and the ADX showing a weak trend, staying nimble is the name of the game. New trade alert. Julia just opened a buy position on gold. Entry at 4,715.017. First target 4,721.174. Full target 4,727.332. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk. Look at that rejection we just saw at 4,717. The bulls are fighting tooth and nail to hold this level after that quick flip from our sell side. We just squeezed the shorts back above our entry point, and my buy trade is currently breathing some life back into the account, as we hover right around that mid-pivot of 4,729. It has been a total choppy mess in this range, with the ADX basically flatlining, which is why you see my EA jumping in and out of these positions to catch the minor fluctuations. I am really keeping an eye on the dollar being so quiet right now, because once those PCE and GDP numbers hit the tape in about 12 hours, this range-bound action is going to evaporate. If we can stay pinned above the 20 EMA, I love our chances for a leg up, but if we lose this floor, we are looking at a deep dive toward those S1 levels. A few of you are asking how my system handles these rapid-fire reversals, and you can find more info about the EA on XAUUSD if you want to see the logic. For now, I am sitting on my hands with this active buy and waiting to see if Asia wants to tip its hand before the high-impact data drops. Wait, look at this divergence between the lower timeframes and the hourly on the tape right now. We are currently slapping right against that EMA 20 at 4,721, and honestly, it looks like a classic liquidity grab before the big PCE print tomorrow. I'm still sitting in this buy from 4,715, and while we are down a bit on the position, the bulls are clearly defending this 4,713 level, like their lives depend on it. If we can just reclaim the mid-pivot at 4,729, I think we see a massive squeeze because these bears are looking trapped. Sentiment is finally starting to shift back toward fear, and with the big boys still heavily stacked on the long side in the latest COT data, I am not ready to give up on this upside move just yet. If you are wondering how I am scaling into these messy ranges without getting chopped to pieces, drop a message in the chat and let's break down the strategy. Stop loss hit. Minus 63 pips on this trade. Losses happen, that's why we have risk management. The EA is scanning for the next setup. Sell signal confirmed on gold. Entry price, 4,708.485. The EA is targeting 4,701.408 first, then 4,694.332 for the full move. Market update: we are in a ranging market. This is a higher risk environment. The smart mode filter is watching. We just got a nasty little fake out where the bulls tried to reclaim the 4,708 level, but then the sellers swatted it right back down to our current spot at 4,703. It feels like we are stuck in a massive liquidity grab right now, because the ADX is bottoming out, showing this range is just a total choppy mess while we wait for that monster core PCE and GDP data print later today. I am nursing a few losses from the last hour because the volatility isn't giving us any follow-through, but my current sell from 4,708 is actually breathing nicely in the green as we test that mid-pivot support. If we can't hold 4,700 here, I think we slide fast toward the S1 pivot, especially with the dollar staying so stubborn and the DXY hovering near 99.1. If you are wondering how the EA is navigating these tight ranges without getting chopped to pieces, you can find more info over at XAUUSDJulia.com. For now, I am keeping a close eye on the 10-year yields, because if they stay stable, gold might just find its footing before the New York session gets spicy. Drop your questions in the chat if you want me to break down these 4H sell signals, or talk about this massive speculator long position we are seeing on the COT report. Take profit 1 hit, plus 70 pips. The EA has moved the stop loss to entry. Let's see if take profit 2 gets hit. Stop loss moved to break even. This trade is now completely risk-free. Let's see if price reaches the full target. We are seeing some serious sell signals flashing across the 5-minute and 1-hour charts right now, as we just dipped below that 4704 support level. My open sell from 4708 is currently printing over 400 pips as we drift toward the local lows here in the Asian session. The short-term momentum is clearly bearish with the MACD holding firm above its signal line, though the flat dollar and stable yields are keeping this from becoming a total bloodbath for the bulls. I am watching that 4,729 mid-pivot like a hawk, because if we cannot reclaim it, I expect us to grind lower until the New York Open. Everyone keeps asking how I catch these moves, and the reality is about watching the daily RSI sit in that neutral pocket while the lower timeframes get squeezed. With that massive PCE and GDP data drop coming in about 12 hours, the big players are likely positioning for a volatility spike, and I am purely focused on protecting my current rudder through this chop. If you have questions about the entry criteria or how the EA is handling this range, drop them in the chat. Take profit 2 hit. 1 pips total. The EA caught the full move on this setup. The Fed rate cut bets are finally breathing again after that talk of an Iranian ceasefire, and it is keeping gold incredibly well bid even as we consolidate here. Honestly, we are caught in a total choppy mess during this Asian session, with the market just ranging between my mid-pivot at 4,729 and this 4,711 support level, where we are currently sitting. I am looking at the hourly sell signals, but the daily chart is still holding neutral, so I am not married to either side until we get that massive core PCE and GDP data dump later today. If we can't hold 4,711, I think we slide toward the 4,700 handle, but if the bulls manage to squeeze this back above the EMA 20 at 4,720, we could see a clean breakout toward R1. I've been getting a lot of questions about how the strategy manages these fakeouts, so for more info on how the EA handles that risk, check out XAUUSD For now, I am standing aside with no open trades because this low ADX tells me there is just no momentum to catch quite yet. Let me know in the chat what you guys are seeing, or if you have any questions about these levels. New trade alert. Julia just opened a buy position on gold. Entry at 4,713.039. First target 4,722.242. Full target 4,731.445. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk. Listen up, guys. We just saw a nasty little reversal attempt where the bulls tried to front-run the pivot at 4,729, but the sellers slammed the door right at the EMA 20. I'm currently holding along from 4,713, and we're hovering right around my entry, essentially fighting for air in this choppy mess. The ADX is showing almost zero trend strength right now, which explains why we're just ping-ponging in this tight range while the market waits for that massive core PCE and GDP dump later today. I'm noticing the dollar staying incredibly flat, but with the VIX showing some life, I'm expecting a volatility squeeze any minute now. If we can't reclaim that 4,721 level soon, I might have to peel some off because the hourly sell signals are starting to look heavy. I know a lot of you have been asking how I'm navigating these fakeouts, so drop your questions in the chat, and let's break down this price action together before New York wakes up. Hey Sultans! Oh, I love that you're asking. We have a fantastic community of traders using the Julia Scalper version 6.5 right now, and it's so exciting to see everyone's progress. Right now we actually have an open buy trade running with about 135 pips in profit, so the bot is definitely putting in work while we chat. You're going to love how it handles these ranging markets with that smart mode filter. If you're curious about how it's performing for others, you should totally hop into our Telegram community to see the buzz. Sultans, Oh, that is so wonderful to hear. I am so happy you have been hanging out with us for the last hour, getting a feel for how we trade gold. We actually have a buy trade running right now that is up over 300 pips, so you picked a very exciting time to watch the Julia Scalper in action. Take your time to get comfortable because I want you to feel totally confident when you decide to join the family. If you have any specific questions about the settings or how it handles this ranging market, just let me know. Sultans, I am so happy you have been hanging out with us for an hour. I love that you are taking the time to really watch how the EA handles the market before jumping in. To be totally honest with you, I do not focus on a static win rate because the market is always changing. But what you can see right here live is how the Julia Scalper manages its risk-to-reward ratio to stay consistent. Even today, while we are seeing some ranging conditions, the EA is currently sitting in a lovely open buy trade that is up over 400 pips right now. It is all about those smart exits and the built-in filters that protect your capital during the choppy times. You are going to love seeing how it navigates the London and New York volatility. The Fed keeps dangling those rate cuts in front of us, especially with the ceasefire talk coming out of Iran, and that is keeping gold from completely falling off a cliff, despite the stronger dollar we are battling. Honestly, this price action is a total choppy mess right now, but the EA just caught a decent long entry of 4,713, and we are currently sitting roughly 70 pips in the green. I am looking at that mid-pivot of 4,729 as our immediate ceiling, and if the buyers can't push through there, we might just continue ranging until the PCE and GDP data drops later today. If you want to see exactly how these setups are handled by the algorithm, you can check out XAUUSD Julia.com for more info on the EA. We are still seeing neutral signals on the daily, but that heavy net long positioning from the big players tells me the long-term bias is still very much intact. For now, I am just babysitting this open trade through the Asian session and waiting to see if 4,714 holds up as our new floor. Look at that rejection off the 4,708 level as we grind through this Asian session. We just dipped under the mid-pivot of 4,729, and the bears are trying to press their luck. But honestly, this price action is just a choppy mess right now with the ADX showing zero trend strength. I'm currently sitting in a buy from 4,713, and we are getting squeezed a bit here, but I'm looking at the hourly moving averages to see if the bulls can reclaim some ground before London wakes up. Honestly, the market is just holding its breath for that PCE data and the GDP print later today, and until those numbers hit the tape, we are likely stuck in this range. The big speculators are still heavily loaded on the long side though, and with fear creeping back into the index, I'm expecting some major fireworks if we can break back above the EMX20. If you guys have any questions about these levels or how I'm managing this open position, drop them in the chat and let's break it down together. Sell signal confirmed on gold. Entry price 477, 6.675. The EA is targeting Forex 98.347 first, then 4,690.02 for the full move. Market update: we are in a ranging market. This is a higher risk environment. The smart mode filter is watching. This trade hit the stop loss at minus 84 pips. Remember, no system wins 100%. Risk management keeps us in the game. We have a fresh buy signal on gold. The EA entered at 4,712.242, with stop loss at 4,702.252. First target 4,722.232, second target 4,732.222. Heads up, the market is currently ranging. Smart mode shows choppy conditions, so manage your risk carefully. Hey Ashok Sharma, it is so wonderful to see you here. We are currently navigating through some choppy sideways action in the Tokyo session, and we actually have a buy trade running right now at the 477011 level. The markets are feeling a bit of fear lately, which always makes gold trading so much more exciting to watch. I'm so glad you could join us for the live action. Stop loss activated. We took a small loss of 104 pips. But that's why we have stop losses. The EA is already scanning for the next opportunity. Hey Dollar Sanaga. Oh, I love that energy. You are aiming high for the weekend. Looking at the charts right now, gold is sitting around 4,708, so a move to 4,970 would be a massive rally. But with the VIX being a bit elevated and all this geopolitical news, gold definitely has the potential to surprise us. The EA is currently scanning for the next big move after a bit of a choppy session, so let's see if the bulls can find some momentum to push toward those higher levels you're looking for. Man, this Asian session is honestly testing my patience because we are just grinding in a total chop zone right now. The EA has been catching some heat today with those repeated stop-outs, and being real with you guys, it's frustrating when the market just refuses to pick a direction and whipsaws around the 4,712 level. We're basically trapped in this mid-range between the pivot and the EMA 20, and with the ADX showing zero trend strength, it's just a liquidity grab for the big players. If you want to see how the logic handles these messy ranges, you can find more info about the EA over at XAUUSD Julia.com. I'm keeping my eyes glued to that 4,729 pivot because until we clear that, These trapped shorts are going to keep things messy. We've got massive PCE and GDP data coming down the pipe in a few hours, so the market is clearly just holding its breath before the real volume kicks in. Keep your risk tight because once this range breaks, the move is going to be violent. Listen everyone, zooming out to the weekly chart, the structure is still incredibly bullish, and the institutional players are clearly staying heavily positioned on the long side despite this recent pullback. The Fed outlook is essentially set in stone at this point, which is keeping a solid floor under us while the global fear gauge slowly climbs back up. Tonight we are stuck in a total range right around the mid-pivot of 4,729, and honestly it has been a brutal grind for me with several stop-outs as the market just refuses to pick a direction ahead of that massive core PCE and GDP data dump. We are hovering right near the 20 EMA on the daily, but the 15-minute and hourly charts are behaving like a choppy mess with zero follow-through. I am watching 4,719 very closely as support, but unless we get a clean breakout past that pivot ceiling, I am staying patient because this price action is just hunt and seek for liquidity. If any of you are seeing something different on the lower time frames or want me to check a specific level, drop it in the chat and let's break it down together. We have a fresh sell signal on gold. The EA entered at 4,707.476, with stop loss at 4,720.821. First target 4,694.131, second target 4,680.786. Market update: we are in a ranging market. This is a higher risk environment. The smart mode filter is watching. Look at this rejection off the mid-pivot at 4 to 729. It served as a brutal ceiling, and now we are just drifting in this choppy mess. I am laser focused on the 410-700 round number here, because if we lose that psychologically, the trapdoors could open toward that S1 pivot at 4238, though that is quite a stretch for this session. My current sell from 4277 is breathing a bit, but with the ADX showing such a weak trend, I am not expecting a clean breakout just yet. We have the core PCE and GDP data coming in hot later today, and that is going to be the real spark for the dollar and our yields. I have been fine-tuning the logic behind my entries, and you can find more info about the EA I use over at XAUUSDJulia.com if you want to see how it handles these tight ranges. If you guys have any questions about these specific levels or why the DXY is weighing us down, drop them in the chat, and let's break it down before the New York volatility hits. Hey yo Hamza! Oh, I am so glad you asked. Julia Scalper version 6.5 is my powerful automated gold trading bot that handles everything for you on the MetaTrader 4 platform. It's currently navigating this choppy Tokyo session, and we actually have a sell trade running right now, so we are watching those levels closely. You can get a lifetime license for just $249 with no monthly fees at all, and it's super easy to set up with the guide I provide. Feel free to check out the website at XAUUSDJulia.com if you want to see all the cool features like the news filter and smart mode. New trade alert. Julia just opened a buy position on gold. Entry at 4,718.512. First target 4,731.591. Full target 4,744.67. Market update: we are in a ranging market. This is a higher risk environment. The smart mode filter is watching. Sultans, I totally hear you and I appreciate you being so honest about your experience. Trading gold can be a wild ride, and as you can see on the stream right now, we are dealing with some serious sideways chop, which is always a challenge for any strategy. The beauty of the Julia Scalper is that it is built to manage these exact moments with smart filters, but losses are simply part of the game in professional trading. Stick around and watch how the EA navigates the next setup, because the goal is always long-term consistency over just 1 or 2 sessions. We just saw a nasty little squeeze back above 4,718, and I am currently sitting in a buy from 4,717 that finally looks like it wants to breathe. I had a rough start this morning getting chopped up in that sideways mess, but we just held that 4,717 level after a liquidity grab, and now I am eyeing the mid-pivot at 4,729 as our first real test. The dollar is showing some strength, which is keeping a lid on things for now, but with the VIX elevated and fear starting to creep back into the broader market, I think the buyers are going to defend this zone aggressively. We are still trading well below the 20-period EMA on the daily, so I am not looking for a moonshot just yet, but if we can clear 4,729, it opens up a much cleaner run toward those higher pivots. We have massive PCE and GDP data coming down the pipe in a few hours, so I expect things to get incredibly spicy once New York wakes up and reacts to those inflation numbers. I am trailing my stop on this current long because I don't want to get caught in another fake out. But the way we just rejected that lower range tells me the bulls aren't done fighting for this level. What are you guys seeing on the lower time frames? Are you catching this bounce with me or waiting for the news drop? Looking at the big picture, the weekly structure remains incredibly robust, and seeing that institutional players are heavily stacked on the long side tells me they are betting on a massive macro shift. We have the Fed essentially locked into their current path, and that should keep gold well bid even as the 10Y yields attempt to stabilize. Right now I am watching us grind around this 4,724 level while the dollar stays flat, but eyes are glued to that core PCE and GDP print coming in about 10 hours, because that is where the real volatility is hiding. My EA just scaled into a buy at 4,724 level, riding a little move higher, though the local overhead resistance at the 4,729 mid-pivot is proving to be a tough nut to crack. If you want to see how this logic is coded and catch more details about the setup, the logic behind the EA is all on XAUUSD Julia.com. This Asian session is a total chop fest with the ADX showing zero trend strength, but I am holding through this range in anticipation of a liquidity grab once London opens. If we can finally clear 4,734, I think the shorts get truly squeezed and we see a clean run toward R1 at 5,359. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat about where I am looking to take profits or how I am managing the current risk. Hey there, XAUUSD. Oh, I'm so glad you asked. You are going to love this. The Julia Scalper version 6.5 is just $249 for a lifetime license, which means absolutely no monthly fees ever. It is a one-time payment using DT or Bitcoin, and you get full access to all the features like the smart mode and news filters. It is honestly such a steal for everything it does. We are seeing a classic battle right now where retail is getting absolutely shredded in this range. But if you look at the commitment of traders' data, the smart money is still heavily positioned for the long side. While the crowd is panicking because of the recent chop, institutions are sitting on nearly 5 times as many longs as shorts, and that tell is exactly why I am holding my current buy from 4,717. We are currently hugging that mid-pivot at 4,729 and looking for a clean breakout, but the market feels like it is just coiled and waiting for that massive PCE and GDP data dump later today. I am watching the dollar stay flat, which is giving us some breathing room, and even though we have been through a rough patch of stops today, the underlying structure remains bullish as long as we hold above that 4,167 area. Do you guys think the smart money is right to stay loaded up here? Or are we about to see a massive liquidity grab before the New York Open? I think we are about to see a big move because this compression at 4721 is getting way too tight to last much longer. We are currently hovering the EMA 20 and sitting right under that mid-pivot of 4729, which has been a total brick wall for us during this Asian session. My buy from 4717 is still holding green, and honestly the fact that we are holding above that 4717 level, despite the recent chop, suggests the bulls are absorbing everything the bears throw at them. The dollar is flat and yields are steady, but with core PCE and GDP data dropping in about 10 hours, the market is coiled like a spring. If we can finally clear that pivot ceiling, I expect a massive liquidity grab toward R1 at 5,359 as the shorts get squeezed out. I am keeping a close eye on these higher timeframe signals, and you can find more technical info about how the EA handles these chalky ranges on XAUUSD If you guys have any questions about these 4H levels or why I'm staying long here, drop them in the chat. Wait, look at this divergence starting to form on the lower time frames, because even though we are stuck in this choppy mess, gold is stubbornly holding above that 4,717 level. I am currently back in a long position from 4,717 and managed to catch a decent 800 pip run as we test the mid-pivot at 4,729, which is acting like a magnet right now. You can see on the screen that the 1-hour MACD is actually starting to curl up above the signal line despite the ADX, showing we are in a total range-bound environment. If we can get a clean breakout past the EMA 20 at 4,722 and hold it, I think we are going to see a massive squeeze toward that R1 level at 5,359 once the PCE data drops in about 10 hours. The dollar is staying incredibly flat, and with the VIX still elevated, I love how this setup is maturing for a potential move higher. Let me know in the chat if you guys are seeing that same rejection on the 5-minute candles, or if you are waiting for the New York Open before putting on any size. The Fed has these rate cut bets revived after the latest ceasefire news, and honestly, that is keeping gold incredibly well bid even as we consolidate here. We are essentially glued to the 4,729 mid-pivot right now, and while the Asian session has been a choppy mess, I am liking the way we are holding above the 20 EMA on the 5-minute chart. The big players are still heavily net long, which gives me conviction in this current buy trade despite the insane volatility we have had to swallow today. I am watching that 4,729 level like a hawk, because if we flip it from a ceiling to a floor, we could see a massive squeeze toward R1 at 5,359 once New York wakes up for that heavy PCE data. If you want to see exactly how these setups are identified, you can find more info about the EA at XAUUSDJulia.com. For now, I am just staying patient, because with fear creeping back into the index and yield stabilizing, the macro backdrop for a clean breakout is perfectly primed. We just need to clear this intraday noise before the high-impact data drops in a few hours. Take profit 1 hit, plus 141 pips. The EA has moved the stop loss to entry. Let's see if take profit 2 gets hit. Risk eliminated. Stop loss is at break even. Even if price reverses, we lose nothing. Smart money management in action. Looking at the big picture, gold is still holding that long-term bullish structural integrity, with institutional players heavily stacked on the long side despite the recent monthly pullback. We are in this weird spot where the Fed is basically locked into their next move, and honestly, that certainty is providing a solid floor for price as we sit right on the daily neutral pivot. Even though today has been a choppy mess that shredded my early entries, I am finally seeing some strength as we hold above the 5-minute and 15-minute moving averages. My current buy from 4,717 is finally breathing with about 1,000 pips of cushion, and I am watching this 4,730 level like a hawk, because if we can flip this into support, we have a clear path back toward the 4,900s. With core PCE and GDP data dropping in a few hours, the market is bracing for a volatility spike, so I am protecting this runner and waiting to see if New York brings the volume to finally break this range. What are you guys seeing on the lower timeframes? Any of you eyeing a breakout, or are we staying range-bound until the news hit? I am watching this 4,728 level like a hawk right now, because we keep tapping it and finding these tiny pockets of liquidity. We are sitting right on that hourly EMA 20, and it feels like the market is just holding its breath before the PCE and GDP data hits later today. My current buy from 4,717 is breathing well, but this chalkiness is definitely testing my patience after a few tough stop-outs earlier this session. If we can finally clear this mid-pivot around 4,729, I think we have a clear path to test R1 as the buyers start to squeeze those trapped shorts. I am seeing the dollar stay pretty flat, which usually gives us some room to run, especially with the VIX showing there is still plenty of tail risk out there. You can actually check out how my EA manages these specific zones over at XAUUSD if you want to see the logic. I am really looking for a strong close above 4,730 to confirm this move, otherwise we might just drift in this range until New York wakes up and brings the real volume. If you guys are seeing something different on the lower time frames, feel free to drop a question in the chat and let's break it down together. Raujukabayev? Oh, you were getting me so excited with those big numbers. Saying 5151 today is a bold move, but I love the energy you are bringing to the stream. Right now we are sitting around 4724 and actually running a really nice buy trade that is up over 600 pips. Gold has been such a powerhouse this year, being up over 9%. So while that target is a bit of a climb for one day, I never say never when this market starts moving. You are making me smile with that confidence. Let's see if we can get some of that volatility from the Sydney and Tokyo overlap to push us higher. Take profit 2 hit. Full target reached with 10 pips total. Clean trade by the EA. New trade alert. Julia just opened a sell position on gold. Entry at 4,719.996. First target 4,712.701. Full target 4,705.405. Market update: we are in a ranging market. This is a higher risk environment. The smart mode filter is watching. The big boys are heavily loaded on the long side right now, with speculative positioning nearly 5 times higher than the shorts, and that structural bullishness is really the only thing keeping us afloat in this choppy mess. I'm currently holding a sell from 4,719 because we just couldn't clear that mid-pivot at 4,729, but look at how we're hugging the 5-minute and hourly sell signals while the 4-hour chart is screaming for a move higher. We are trapped in this tight range between the EMA 20 and that mid-pivot level, essentially waiting for a liquidity grab before the heavy hitters like core PCE and GDP drop later today. If we break below 4,716, we might see some real downside momentum, but with fear levels rising and the dollar staying flat, I expect the bulls to defend the lower levels aggressively. I'm sitting on my hands for any new entries until we see how the market reacts to the 4,721 resistance zone. Hop into the chat if you're watching these same levels or if you've got a different read on this price action. Atsuko, oh wow, thank you so much for that lovely message. You are making me smile over here, and I am just so happy to have you as part of our trading community. We have a sell trade running right now that is looking pretty solid, so stay tuned because the market is definitely keeping things interesting today. Glad you are enjoying the stream. Honestly guys, my EA has been taking some hits during this Asian session because we are stuck in an absolute choppy mess. We have had 10 losses today where the algorithm tried to catch a move that just ended up being a fake out, but I am currently sitting in a sell from 4,719 that is actually showing some life. We are hovering right around 4,714 as support, but looking at the 15-minute chart, it is a strong sell signal and those stochastics are finally starting to turn. I am really keeping my eyes on that 4,721 EMA level, because if we cannot break back above that, I think we are heading straight for the 4,274 Bollinger floor once the New York volume kicks in. We have a massive fundamental storm coming in less than 10 hours with core PCE and GDP data, so I expect the big boys to keep us pinned in this range until then. If you want to see exactly how I program these levels into the logic, there is more info about the EA on XAUUSD For now, I am staying patient with this runner because the VIX is elevated and I can feel the tension building before that 30-year bond auction later today. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat about these levels while we wait for the next leg. Take profit 1 hit, plus 72 pips. The EA is now moving the stop loss to break even. Stop loss moved to break even. This trade is now completely risk-free. Let's see if price reaches the full target. Both targets hit. 130 pips total. The EA executed the plan from start to finish. Hey Betty Bootha, good morning to you too. I'm so glad you're back with us for another session. We actually just had a sell entry move deep into the profit, so the timing is perfect while we watch this play out. Gold is looking a bit heavy right now as we head into the overlap, so let's see if we can catch some more of this momentum. Look at that rejection, off the 4,707 level. Just now we're seeing some serious buyers step in to defend this zone, while the market tries to decide its next move. I'm currently riding a sell from 4,719, and it's finally breathing, but this consolidation is a total choppy mess, and my EA has definitely felt the grind today. We are sitting right under the mid-pivot of 4,729, which is acting like a heavy ceiling, and honestly, if we don't clear that soon, I expect more of this sideways drainage through the rest of the Asian session. Everything feels like a massive coil right now because the big boys are heavily positioned for a move, especially with that PCE data and the GDP print looming over us in a few hours. I'm keeping a close eye on the hourly RSI as it's starting to look a bit oversold, so don't be surprised if we see a quick liquidity grab back toward the 20 EMA before the New York volatility kicks in. Is anyone else seeing this divergence on the 5-minute chart, or am I just seeing ghosts on the screen? Give me some noise in the chat if you're holding through this. Listen up guys, I am laser focused on that 4,729 mid-pivot level right now, because it is acting like a total magnet while we churn through this Asian session. We are sitting right under the 20 EMA on the hour, and every time the bulls try to poke their heads above it, they get swatted back down into this sideways chop. I am currently holding a short from 4,719 that is actually breathing quite well, but I am not getting complacent because we have a massive data dump hitting in a few hours with core PCE and GDP. If we cannot reclaim that pivot soon, I think we might see a liquidity grab toward the lower levels before the New York volatility kicks in. Honestly, this consolidation is just the market holding its breath, so if you want to see how my logic is being coded into the system, you can check out XAUUSD for more info on the EA. Grab your coffee and stay sharp, because once that PCE print drops, this quiet range is going to be ancient history. Does anyone have eyes on the dollar right now, or are we all just staring at this gold candle? I am watching this 4,715 level like a hawk right now because we keep flirting with it and the buyers just aren't showing any real conviction yet. We are basically pinned under that 4,721 EMA on the 20 period, and honestly, with this range environment and the choppiness we are seeing in Asia, it feels like the market is just holding its breath for that PCE data later. I already managed to peel some profit off this sell from 4,719, and I am letting the rest run since those 5-minute and 15-minute signals are still leaning bearish, but I will bail if we start reclaiming that mid-pivot at 4,729. It is interesting to see the VIX dropping while gold stays heavy, especially since the big money is still positioned so heavily to the long side in the latest reports. If we cannot hold this current support, I am looking for a quick slide toward that psychological 4,700 handle. But until the New York pre-market volatility kicks in, we might just be stuck in this grind. Drop a message in the chat if you are seeing any divergence on your end, because this price action is definitely testing my patience today. Wasp Bow, I love that you're staying on top of this. Yes, that sell is definitely still active, and actually looking pretty sweet right now with about $172 in profit on the screen. We've got a weak trend according to the ADX, so things are a bit choppy, but we're holding below that entry at 4,719 beautifully. I'm keeping a close eye on it for you, so let's see if we can hit that first take profit level. Hey Nodarazamatov. Oh, I love the enthusiasm, but we actually have a sell trade running right now that's up over 600 pips. The market is looking a bit choppy with that weak ADX, so I'm definitely sticking with the EA signal for now, rather than jumping into a buy. It's so great to have you back in the chat. You always ask the best questions. The Fed basically has their hands tied with the rate outlook right now, and that certainty is providing a solid floor for gold, even as we grind through this choppy Asian session. I am currently holding a short from the 4,719 level, as we hover right near that 4,712 support, but honestly, it is a total battleground out here with the ADX, showing almost no trend strength. Technically, we are pinned under the 20 EMA, and I really want to see if we can catch a move toward the mid-pivot at 4,709 before the high-impact PCE and GDP data drops later today. Those reports are going to be the real catalyst, because if we see any inflation heat, we could see a massive liquidity grab. I have been fine-tuning how the EA handles these range-bound environments, and you can find more technical details on XAUUSD if you want to see the logic. For now, I am just sitting tight because the 15-minute chart is screaming sell, but the 4-hour remains stubbornly bullish, so expect things to get very spicy once London opens. If anyone has questions about these specific pivots or how I am positioning for the bond auction, feel free to drop them in the chat. With the Fed basically locked into this current rate path, gold is catching a nice bid as the market breathes a sigh of relief over that policy stability. I'm seeing a lot of strength underneath us because even with a flat dollar, the big players are heavily loaded on the long side. Right now I'm watching us hover around 4,712, but we are stuck in a total choppy mess as we wait for that heavy PCE and GDP data to drop in a few hours. I've got a sell runner from 4,719 that's currently in the green, but we're fighting right at the mid-pivot of 4,729, and until we clear that, we're just ranging. If we can't break the EMA 20, I'm expecting some more sideways chop, so feel free to drop your levels in the chat if you're seeing a clean breakout setup I missed. The EA just pulled the trigger. Buy on gold at 4717.036. Stop loss at 4710.353, targeting 4723.719 and 4730.402. Market update. We are in a ranging market. This is a higher risk environment. The smart mode filter is watching. The Fed basically has their hands tied with the rate outlook right now, and that certainty is providing a nice floor for gold while the market digests this latest ceasefire news. We are seeing some real fear lingering in the background, despite the risk-on move in equities, and that keeps me biased toward the long side, especially as we hold this current support. Right now we are sitting right on the EMA 20 at 4,721, which is acting as a magnet in this choppy Asian session, but I am looking at that mid-pivot level of 4,729 as the immediate hurdle we need to clear to see some real momentum. My EA actually grabbed a buy entry at 4,717, which is currently breathing well and running in the green, and you can always find more info about how that EA handles these ranges at XAUUSD If we can get a clean breakout above the 4,730 handle before the PCE data drops later, we might actually see a squeeze toward the R1 pivot. It has been a bit of a grind today with this range-bound action, but the big players are still heavily loaded on the long side, which tells me the path of least resistance remains up. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat if you want me to pull up a specific time frame or look at the yields correlation. We are currently strangled right in the middle of these Bollinger Bands, and with price essentially flatlining against the mid-pivot at 4,729, it is a total choppy mess out here in the Asian session. Volatility is sitting at a measly 0.7%, but don't let this consolidation fool you, because that 162 pip ATR tells me the spring is coiled tight for the New York Open. I am holding a long from 4,717 right now, and while we are seeing a tiny bit of life, I really need us to reclaim that 20-period EMA at 4,721 to prove the bulls still have the wheel. Market sentiment is definitely leaning into the fear side of the scale, and with the big spec still heavily net long, I am expecting some serious fireworks once that PCE and GDP data drops in about 8 hours. I am sitting on my hands and watching this 4,719 level like a hawk, so if you see anything shifting on the lower time frames, drop it in the chat, because this range is bound to snap soon. Julia, if you have such an eye for those higher targets, and I love the optimism. Looking at the charts right now, we are seeing some ranging action as gold sits around the 4,719 level, so we really need to see some high volume momentum to push toward those 5,000 plus levels you are eyeing. Right now, my Julia Scalper actually just entered a buy at 4,717, and it is already running in profit, so the immediate sentiment is looking positive. We have some massive news coming up in about 8 hours with the PCE price index and GDP data, and that is usually when the real money starts moving. If we stay above that 4,710 support, I am feeling confident, but definitely keep an eye on the volatility once the New York session kicks in. Julia, you are so very welcome. It is honestly such a pleasure having you here in the stream with us today. We actually have a buy trade running right now at 4,717, which is looking really positive and sitting in some nice profit already. Gold is being a bit choppy during this Sydney and Tokyo overlap, but I love seeing the resilience here while we wait for those big news spikes later. Stick around, because it is going to be an exciting session. What is wild right now is that despite the fear and greed index sinking deeper into fear territory, gold refuses to catch a real safe haven bid during this Asian session. We are essentially glued to the 4,716 level, and honestly, this range is an absolute choppy mess with the ADX showing zero trend strength. I am currently sitting in a long from 4,717 that is underwater by about 100 pips, basically a victim of this sideways grind, while the market waits for that heavy PCE and GDP data drop in about 8 hours. It looks like the big boys are heavily loaded up long according to the latest positioning, yet we are seeing a massive divergence where price action just feels heavy and stagnant near the pivot midpoint. I am watching the hourly RSI closely because it is dipping toward oversold territory, and if we cannot hold this 4,717 area, we might see a liquidity grab down toward the lower levels before the New York volatility kicks in. If you want to see how my setup handles these erratic ranges, you can find more info about the EA at XAUUSD I am staying patient with this open trade because the daily setup still looks neutral to bullish, but man, this waiting game for the Fed's next move is testing everyone's nerves today. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat if you are watching these levels with me. Hey Electronic! Oh, it is so wonderful to have you here on the stream. You picked a great time to join us because we actually have an active buy trade running right now, and it's looking pretty sweet with over 270 pips in profit. Gold is acting a bit choppy in this Sydney and Tokyo session, but I am loving how the Julia Scalper caught this entry. How's your trading going today? Hey Electronic! Oh, I love that you're watching that level. You're looking right at that overhead resistance, aren't you? Right now we're hovering around 4,718 and actually sitting in a nice open buy trade that's currently up about 90 pips. I'm keeping a close eye on the hourly indicators because they're looking a bit neutral, but if we get some momentum, heading toward that 4,752 mark would be an awesome move. So glad you're here sharing your levels with us. Hey Electronic! That is a great question, and I see you are looking for that 4,752 level. Looking at the charts right now, we are sitting just above 4,723, so we definitely have some ground to cover to get back up to your entry. Our EA actually just hit a nice take profit one on a buy signal from 4,717, which shows there is some bullish momentum building in this Tokyo session. The RSI on the hourly is around 44, so we aren't overbought at all, giving gold plenty of room to run toward that mid-pivot point at 4,729. If we can break through that pivot and clear the 20 EMA, your entry at 4,752 could certainly be back in play, but keep a close eye on those jobless claims coming up later today, because they always bring the fireworks. You've got this, and I am so glad you are hanging out with the 118 of us, watching the price action live. Looking at the macro landscape, we are seeing some serious institutional conviction with the heavy hitters still stacked deep on the long side. And honestly, with the Fed essentially locked into their current path, gold is finding a massive floor here. We are currently carving out a range in the Asian session, sitting right on the mid-pivot at 4,729, while the market holds its breath for those PCE numbers coming across the wire later today. I am nursing along from 4,717 right now, and it is breathing well, up about 445 pips as we test that EMA 20 on the hourly, but it has been a bit of a choppy mess getting here. You can see the rejection every time we try to push toward the R1 at 5,359, but as long as we hold above 4,722, I like the setup. If we can get a clean breakout past the 4,800 handle, we are going to see some trap shorts getting squeezed hard. What do you guys think? Are we holding this level through New York, or are you playing the fade? take profit one hit, plus 58 pips. The EA is now moving the stop loss to break even. Stop loss move to break even. This trade is now completely risk-free. Let's see if price reaches the full target. Look at this price action right now around 47.23 because it feels like a total trap for the bears. We are sitting right on that 47.29 mid-pivot, and you can see how the shorts keep trying to press it lower, only for buyers to step in and defend that 47.17 level. My EA actually caught a great entry there near 47.17, and we are currently riding that squeeze as those trapped shorts are forced to cover. If we can actually clear the 20-period EMA, we might have enough momentum to test the upper end of these Bollinger Bands. It is a bit of a choppy mess in this Asian session, but I am seeing some serious accumulation from the big players, which tells me the long-term bullish bias is still very much intact. You can check out more details on how the setup works at XAUUSDJulia.com if you want to see the logic behind these moves. I am keeping a close eye on these yields, because if they continue to soften, we are going to see a massive flush of any remaining sellers before the PCE data hits later today. Since nobody's talking in the chat, feel free to drop a message if you want me to break down any specific levels, or if you are stuck in a position. The weekly chart still looks incredibly strong with the big players heavily positioned for a move higher, and with the Fed basically locked into their current path, gold remains exceptionally well bid on the macro horizon. Right now we are navigating a bit of a choppy mess in this Asian session, essentially flatlining near the mid-pivot at 4,729, while we wait for that heavy PCE and GDP data to drop. I am currently holding a buy from 4,700 in CT, which the EA executed perfectly off that local support, and seeing us hold above the EMA 20 at 4,721 gives me confidence that the buyers are still defending this range. If we can punch through this immediate ceiling, I am looking for a clean run toward that 4,913 area where the 50 SMA is looming. You can find more details on how the EA manages these volatile ranges at XAUUSDJulia.com. But for now, I am just sitting tight because once the New York volume kicks in, this tight coil is going to snap hard. Hey, how are you, Zakbayev? Oh, that is absolutely wonderful to hear. I am so happy you are enjoying the results with your first license and looking to scale up with 2 more units. To get those extra licenses set up, you just need to follow the same process as before, with the $249 lifetime payment for each via USDT or Bitcoin. Once you have that ready, just send the screenshot over to my Telegram at XAUUSDJulia, and I will get those new keys generated for you immediately. You are catching us at such an interesting time too, because gold is holding steady right now, near 47.21 as the market waits for that big inflation data coming up later today. It is going to be a wild ride, and I am so glad you are growing your setup with us. Hey gambler! Oh, I love the energy, but remember, we're looking at the charts together. Right now my Julia Scalper is actually running a take profit 2 trade on gold, with the stop loss already tucked away at break even, so we are in a lovely risk-free position. It is so exciting to see the market moving, but just a friendly reminder that I don't control the profits. The market does its own thing while the EA follows the strategy. We just had a nice take profit 1 hit for 58 pips earlier, so the momentum is definitely feeling interesting today. Bekakeden? Oh, I see you are watching the charts closely with me? We actually just had a lovely take profit, 1 hit on a buy trade not too long ago. Ah, and right now the EA has us in a risk-free position with the stop loss move to break even. It is so exciting to see the price action holding up around these levels, though we aren't in a brand new entry at this exact second. We are just let the remaining portion of the trade ride to see if we can catch some more upside. It is a great time to be watching though, as gold is definitely keeping us on our toes today. Hey Mevi Bevi, oh, I see you're looking for those entry details? So the way my Julia Scalper works is that the contracts and lot sizes are actually calculated automatically based on the signal strength and your risk settings. But right now we are sitting in a risk-free position on take profit 2 for that gold trade. If you're looking at the screen, the EA just manages those entries for us so we don't have to stress. It's such a relief to watch it hit those targets while we just hang out, isn't it? By the way, I haven't forgotten about your eyes. I'm definitely looking into that screen layout for you. Hey gambler! Oh, you're making me laugh with the chameleon talk. Right now we are actually in a really great spot because our take profit 2 on gold just hit, and I've moved the stop loss to break even, so it's a completely risk-free ride from here. I'm watching that 47.20 level closely because it's acting like a magnet while the dollar stays flat. It's so good to have you back in the chat, and let's see if we can catch another clean move together. But Shrivastava, oh no. I am so sorry you are running into that, but do not worry because we will get it fixed for you in no time. Usually a server error means you just need to add the license URL to your MetaTrader 4 tools, so definitely double check that you have followed the installation guide correctly. If you are still having trouble, just shoot me a quick message on Telegram at XAUUSD Julia and I will personally help you get back to trading gold with us. New trade alert. Julia just opened a buy position on gold. Entry at 4,721.669. First target 4,731.503. Full target 4,741.338. Good news, the market is trending nicely. Conditions are favorable for this trade. Hey Pratiksha, it is so wonderful to see you in the chat today. We've got a nice group of about 149 people watching the gold action right now, and things are getting pretty interesting on the charts. We actually have an open buy trade running at 47.21, so I'm keeping a close eye on that price action during the Sydney and Tokyo overlap. I'm so glad you're here to watch the move with us. Hey Killer Data! Oh, I love that you're asking for real feedback from the community. While we wait for Utkarsh to chime in, I can tell you that so many of our members are absolutely loving the smart mode and news filter on this version. We actually have a buy trade running right now at 47.21 that is up over 170 pips, so the setup is looking really solid. It's all about that automated consistency, and at a one-time price of $249, it's such a game changer. Hey Mana Simple Life, it is so good to see you back in the chat. We actually have a buy trade running right now at 47.21, and I am sitting here on the edge of my seat, watching it develop. The market is a bit ranging today, but we are following the setup and staying patient as always. You've been such a great part of the stream lately, so let's hope this move brings us some excitement. It is wild to see the Fear and Greed Index sliding lower, while the S&P 500 is absolutely ripping higher on a risk-on wave. Usually that correlation is tight, but gold is caught in the crossfire right now, stuck in this incredibly tight range with an ADX reading so low it is basically flatlining. I am sitting in a buy from 47.21 that is currently underwater by over 400 pips, and honestly we are just drifting in a choppy mess waiting for the heavy hitters in New York to wake up. All eyes are on that core PCE print coming up in a few hours because that is the spark this dry powder needs. We are essentially hovering right under the hourly midpoint, but with the big money still heavily net long in the positioning data, I am not ready to bail on this upside bias just yet. If we can finally clear 47.27, I think we see a massive liquidity grab toward the R1 pivot. Feel free to drop your charts in the chat if you're seeing a different play. I want to know where your heads are at before the volatility hits. Hey, Warwerjetskabatum. It is so wonderful to have you here in the stream today. I am feeling really excited about the price action we are seeing right now, especially with gold holding steady near these key levels. We actually have a buy trade open right now at 47.21, so I'm watching the charts closely to see if we can get that push toward our first target. How is your trading going today? We have a fresh sell signal on gold. The EA entered at 4,713.539 with stop loss at 4,721.522. First target 4,705.56. Second target 4,697.573. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk. Hey Hesham Al Saeed! Oh, it is so wonderful to have you joining us on the stream today. You are picking a very interesting time to hop in, because we actually have an open sell trade running on the gold chart right now. Make yourself comfortable and feel free to ask anything about how the Julia Scalper handles these choppy sessions. I think we are about to see a massive move because this coil is getting way too tight to ignore any longer. We are essentially glued to the 47.21 level right now, and with the ADX showing almost zero trend strength, this is a textbook choppy mess before the storm. I am looking at the hourly chart and we are stuck right under the EMA 20, but the big boys are still heavily positioned for the upside, which makes me think this is just a massive liquidity grab before the New York session. If we can get a clean breakout above 47.29, I am expecting a fast squeeze toward that R1 pivot at 53.59. I have been watching the EA battle through these fakeouts all morning, and you can see more about how it handles these ranges at XAUUSDJulia.com. With the PCE and GDP data dropping in about 6 hours, the market is clearly holding its breath. But the way gold is ignoring that stronger dollar tells me the underlying demand is still white hot. Let me know in the chat if you are holding wongs through the data or flattened out. Stop loss hit. Minus 77 pips on this trade. Losses happen, that's why we have risk management. The EA is scanning for the next setup. New trade alert. Julia just opened a buy position on gold. Entry at 4,721.336. First target 4,730.239. Full target 4,739.142. Heads up, the market is currently ranging. Smart mode shows choppy conditions, so manage your risk carefully. Hisham Al-Saeed, great to see you. Right now, the Julia Scalper has a buy position open as we're bouncing around 47.20. But honestly, the market is looking a bit choppy and ranging during this Tokyo session. My technicals are showing a bit of a mixed bag with a sell signal on the 1 hour, but a strong buy on the weekly, so I'm personally leaning toward the bullish side for the long run. Since the ADX is quite low at 7.2, it's definitely a time to be patient and let the EA manage the risk for us. Pratiksha, you are absolutely spot on. The market is definitely in a chop fest right now, with the ADX sitting at a super weak 6.8 and that chop index climbing, so waiting for a clear breakout is the smartest move you can make. We actually have a buy trade running at 47.21 right now, but I am watching these levels closely because gold is just teasing us in this range before the big news drops later. It is so great to have you here in the stream, and I totally agree that patience is going to be our best friend until we see some real volume kick in. we have a fresh sell signal on gold. The EA entered at 4,713.966, with stop loss at 4,722.985. First target 4,704.947, second target 4,695.928. Heads up, the market is currently ranging. Smart mode shows choppy conditions, so manage your risk carefully.
Hey Blijo. Oh, I totally feel your frustration. I really do. You are right that it has been a bit of a choppy ride today with several losses, because the market is stuck in a ranging condition and we are seeing some serious sideways action on the chart. But that is exactly why the Julia Scalper has those smart filters and daily limits in place to protect your capital when gold is acting this moody. Right now we actually have a sell trade open, and it is currently in the green by about 48 pips, so let's see if this one can help turn the momentum around for us. Just remember that every professional trader knows some days are about defense, and I am right here watching these levels with you.
I have to be real with you guys. My EA is getting absolutely chewed up in this chop right now, and the P&L is feeling the heat. We are stuck in this brutal range with an ADX under 7, which is basically market purgatory where trends go to die. I am currently underwater on a sell from 4,713, and looking at the hourly signals, we are just hovering around that 4,721 EMA without any real conviction. The big boys are still heavily positioned long on the weekly, but with the core PCE and GDP data dropping in a few hours, everyone is just sitting on their hands. If we can't clear this midpoint at 4,729 soon, I might just flat everything and wait for the New York volatility to actually give us a direction. What are you guys seeing on the lower time frames? Are you catching any of these scalps, or just staying on the sidelines with me?
Blejo, you are so right. It looks like we are flirting right with that stop-loss level as this choppy market continues to test our patience. It has been a tough session with the ADX showing such a weak trend, which is exactly why things feel so back and forth right now. I am keeping a close eye on it with you, but honestly, that is the reality of trading gold when the market is just raging like this. I am staying positive though, because we know gold can flip the script in a heartbeat.
Bluehoo, I totally hear you and I can feel the frustration, especially with how gold is acting in this choppy range right now. It is never easy to watch those red numbers, but remember that protecting your capital is the most important job we have as traders. Sometimes stepping back when the market is this messy is the smartest move you can make to clear your head for the next big setup. Stick to your plan and don't let one rough session get you down, because there is always another trade around the corner. We are grinding through a total chop fest right now in the Asian session, and my screen is looking pretty messy after that string of stop-outs earlier. Gold is basically hugging the 47.12 level, and the lack of volume is painful, though the MACD is technically holding above its signal line, which gives the bulls a tiny bit of hope. I am currently sitting in a sell from 47.13, and we are up about 15 pips, but with the ADX showing zero trend strength, I am not holding my breath for a clean breakout just yet. If we can actually push through the EMA 20 at 47.20, then I think the neutral daily bias finally flips back to the upside. Honestly, everyone is just paralyzed waiting for that PCE print and the GDP data coming at 12:30 GMT, so we might just sideways walk right into the New York Open. If you want to see how my automated setup is navigating these tricky ranges, you can find more info over at XAUUSDJulia.com whenever you have a second. I am really keeping an eye on the 10-year yields because they are staying so stable, which usually means the big players are just repositioning before the storm hits. Drop your questions in the chat if you are watching this 4700 floor hold up with me. Take profit one hit, plus 90 pips. The EA is now moving the stop loss to break even. Stop loss moved to break even. This trade is now completely risk-free. Let's see if price reaches the full target. Both targets hit. 0 pips total. The EA executed the plan from start to finish.
Hey Santa, it is so wonderful to have you here in the stream. I see you are checking us out, and let me tell you, gold is putting on quite a show today with some serious chop in this Tokyo session. My Julia Scalper version 6.5 is currently scanning the charts for our next big entry while we navigate these crazy ranging conditions. I am so excited to have you watching the action live with all of us. Look at these Bollinger Bands tightening up on the mid-range. We are literally sandwiched between 4,200 and 5,100 with nowhere to go. Volatility is sitting at 0.7%, which is just painful to watch when you are looking for a clean breakout, but that is the reality of this European session so far. We are hovering right around 47.11, basically hugging the pivot midpoint and the 20 EMA, and honestly, the market feels like it is holding its breath. Even though the S&P is ripping, there is this underlying fear starting to creep back into the sentiment data that makes me think people are hedging into gold before the PCE print drops. I am staying flat for now because this range is a total meat grinder, but if we can actually push through that 47.29 pivot, I think we finally see some real direction. Buy signal confirmed on gold. Entry price 4,721.238. The EA is targeting 4,731.39 first, then 4,741.543 for the full move. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk. I am having a rough go of it today, guys, with my P&L sitting deep in the red after churning through nearly 30 trades while this market refuses to pick a direction. We are stuck in a total range right now with the ADX showing zero trend strength and the choppiness index basically flatlining, which has been absolute poison for my strategy this morning. I am currently sitting at a buy from 4,721 that is finally showing some life as we hover right around that mid-pivot at 4,729, but I need to see some real conviction if we are going to escape this gravity.
The big boys are heavily net long according to the latest positioning data, and that gives me some confidence to hold, especially with the dollar looking weak and yields staying stable. We are probably just coiling up for that massive PCE and GDP data drop coming in a few hours, so if you want to see how the EA handles that kind of volatility, check out XAUUSD for the breakdown. London volume is here, but it is not doing much yet, so keep your eyes on the 20 EMA at 4,722, because if we lose that, this buy setup is toast. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat while we wait for this thing to actually commit to a move.
Ilhamza, oh, I see you're looking at the sell side. Right now, we actually have a buy trade running from 4,721. But it's been a bit of a tug-of-war because the market is definitely in a ranging, choppy mood today. With the ADX sitting way down at 8.3, there's just not a lot of trend strength to push us decisively in either direction yet. I'm keeping a close eye on it because we've got some massive PCE inflation data dropping in about 5 hours that's going to shake things up. If you're looking for a sell, you might want to wait for a clean break of today's pivots, since gold has been holding steady above that 4,700 level. It's so great to have you in the stream watching this wild price action with me. Check out the midpoint pivot at 4,729 because that is the literal gravity point for this entire session and we are struggling to reclaim it. I am currently underwater on this buy from 4,721 as we test 4,715 support, and honestly, if we lose this level, we might just bleed out toward the lower pivots before the big data dump. The dollar is showing some teeth right now, which is keeping us pinned down, that I am watching that 30-point fear spike because it tells me the underlying bid is still there, even if the price action looks like a choppy mess. We are basically in a holding pattern until the core PCE and GDP numbers hit in a few hours, so I am just trying to manage this position without getting chopped to pieces. Are you guys seeing that bounce off the 4,715 area as a real floor, or just another liquidity grab before a deeper flush? Reach out in the chat and let me know if you are leaning long with the big money, or if you think the bears are about to take control. Stop loss activated. We took a small loss of 107 pips. But that's why we have stop losses. The EA is already scanning for the next opportunity.
Hey Hamamadi, I'm so glad you're here and asking that. Right now, the EA is actually on the sidelines scanning the market because we are in a bit of a ranging choppy phase with that ADX sitting quite low. I'm keeping a very close eye on the price action around the 4,712 level, but I'm waiting for a high probability setup before the bot jumps back in. It's all about being patient and letting the strategy find the right momentum instead of forcing a trade in this sideways mess. The EA just went short. Sell on gold at 4,708.267. Stop loss at 4,718.531, targeting 4,698.03 and 4,687.74. Heads up, the market is currently ranging. Smart mode shows choppy conditions, so manage your risk carefully. Look at those Bollinger Bands squeezing our life away between 4,274 and 5,100, because this mid-range price action is a total grind right now. Volatility is sitting at 0.7%, which explains why we are stuck in this messy range while the ADX stays buried in the basement. I am currently holding a sell from 4,708, and I am feeling the heat as price hovers near 4,713, but I am watching the mid-pivot at 4,729 as the ultimate line in the sand. Sentiment is definitely leaning into fear today, and while the dollar is flat, we are seeing silver dragging its feet, which usually keeps gold under a bit of pressure. I am leaning on the 5-minute sell signals to give my trade some breathing room before that heavy PCE data hits and shakes the tree. If you want to see how my automated setups handle this kind of chop, you can find more info about the EA on XAUUSD But for now, I am just managing this risk. The big boys are still heavily positioned, long on the weekly chart, but this intraday price action is testing everyone's patience until London decides to drive a real move. We have a fresh buy signal on gold. The EA entered at 4,718.864, with stop loss at 4,707.707. First target 4,730.021, second target 4,741.178. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk.
Take profit 1 hit, plus 106 pips. The EA is now moving the stop loss to break even. Stop loss moved to break even. This trade is now completely risk-free. Let's see if price reaches the full target. London just stepped into the arena, and we are seeing some immediate friction right around the 4,729 mid-pivot. Look at that rejection off the EMA 20. The bulls are trying to reclaim that level as support, but the daily chart is still giving us a neutral vibe. I am currently holding a buy from 4,719, and we are up about 800 pips on this runner, but this range is thick with choppiness, so I am not getting comfortable yet. We have that massive core PCE and GDP print coming up in a few hours, which is the real catalyst we need to break out of this sideways mess. If we can firmly clear 4,730, I think we have a clean look at the R1 pivot near 5,359. But for now, the big players are clearly sidelined waiting for that inflation data. The COT positioning shows the long-to-short ratio is still heavily skewed toward the buyers, so the underlying sentiment remains bullish despite this short-term headache. Drop your questions in the chat if you are eyeing any specific entries for the New York Open. Stop loss activated. We took a small loss of 2 pips, but that's why we have stop losses. The EA is already scanning for the next opportunity. Hey man, a simple life. It is so wonderful to see you back in the stream. You always bring such great energy. Right now the EA is patiently scanning the horizon for our next entry while we navigate this choppy Tokyo and London overlap. With the ADX being quite low at the moment, I am just waiting for that perfect volume spike to give us a clear direction. Keep those eyes on the screen with me, because as soon as that signal triggers, we are ready to follow the setup together. Manna's simple life. Oh, I am doing wonderful. Thank you so much for asking. You are so sweet to check in on me. I am just sitting here with my eyes glued to these charts, watching gold hover right around that 4720 level. It has been a bit of a choppy ride today with the ADX, showing a really weak trend, but I am staying positive and waiting for the EA to find us that next perfect entry. Hope you are having a fantastic day too. New trade alert. Julia just opened a sell position on gold. Entry at 4,712.708. First target 4,701.994. Full target 4,691.281. Market update. We are in a ranging market. This is a higher risk environment. The smart mode filter is watching. Honestly, guys, while retail is over here getting chopped up in this range, the smart money is playing a completely different game. Looking at the COT data, the big institutions are still heavily net long and positioned for a major move, which makes this current sideways grind feel like a massive liquidity grab before the PCE data hits. We are sitting right under that midpoint pivot of 4,729, and I am watching my current sell from 4,712 closely because the market is just trapping shorts right now while waiting for a catalyst. If we can't break down toward that S1 pivot at 4,038, it tells me the bulls are just reloading for a push toward all-time highs. If you want to see how I automate these setups based on this logic, you can check out XAUUSDJulia.com for more info on the EA. I am keeping my cool despite the rough start today because the dollar is flat and yields are steady, which usually means a breakout is brewing. Let's see if London can finally push us out of this 4,718 support level, or if we just keep spinning our wheels until the New York Open. This trade hit the stop loss at minus 106 pips. Remember, no system wins 100%. Risk management keeps us in the game. New trade alert! Julia just opened a buy position on gold. Entry at 4,724.274, first target 4,733.573, full target 4,742.873. Heads up, the market is currently ranging. Smart mode shows choppy conditions, so manage your risk carefully. We just caught a nasty little fake out where price tried to slip toward that 47.22 level before buyers stepped in hard to defend it. I'm currently sitting in a long from 47.25, and while we're underwater a few hundred pips,
I'm not panicking because the 5 and 15-minute timeframes are still screaming buy signals. This range is a total choppy mess right now with the ADX showing almost zero trend strength, but you can feel the pressure building as we head toward that heavy data dump at 12:30. The smart money is clearly loaded up on the long side according to the latest positioning, and with the dollar basically flatlining, gold has every reason to reclaim that mid-pivot at 47.29. I'm keeping a close eye on the hourly EMA at 47.21, because if that holds we could see a nice squeeze back toward the 50 SMA. Honestly, it feels like the market is just holding its breath for PCE and GDP to give us a real direction. If you guys have any questions about these levels or how I'm managing this drawdown, drop them in the chat and let's break it down together. Feck it, Deaden, you are so right. It is definitely hovering in a tight zone right now, and honestly, the CHOP index at 52 shows the market is feeling a bit indecisive during this London and Tokyo overlap. We do have a buy trade open at 47212, but with the ADX showing a very weak trend, we're mostly just waiting for a real volume injection to break us out of this range. It's that classic pre-news quiet, especially with those big PCE and GDP numbers coming up in a few hours, so the big players are likely just sitting on their hands. Stay patient with me, it's all part of the game.
I am watching this 4,724 level like a hawk right now, because we are essentially pinned against the EMA 20, while this range just grinds everyone to dust. My current buy from 4,725 is underwater by about 100 pips. And honestly, the price action feels like a massive liquidity grab before the heavy hitters at the Fed drop that PCE data in a few hours. I am noticing the long to short ratio is still heavily skewed toward the bulls, which makes me think these minor dips are just trapping retail shorts before a real squeeze toward the 4,729 mid-pivot. If you want to see how the logic behind these entries works, you can check out XAUUSDJulia.com for more info on the EA and the strategy. With the VIX creeping up and the 10-year yield holding steady, the macro backdrop is screaming for a breakout. But until we clear this choppy mess, I am staying patient with my current position. Drop a message in the chat if you are seeing the same rejection on the lower timeframes, or if you think London is about to rug pull us before the New York Open. I'm watching this 4,725 level like my life depends on it, because we are basically velcroed to the mid-pivot right now, while the EMA 20 is screaming for support just below us. We are stuck in this absolute choppy mess ahead of the core PCE and GDP data, and honestly, the market feels like a coiled spring waiting for those inflation numbers to hit in a few hours. I just stepped into a buy at 4,725.011 because I'm seeing buyers defend this zone despite the ADX showing zero trend strength, but I'm keeping a tight leash on it since we've already seen some nasty fakeouts this morning. If we can actually clear 4,729 and hold, I think we have a clean run toward R1, especially with the big money skewed so heavily to the long side in the latest positioning reports. Yields are staying pretty quiet, which usually gives us a nice floor, but with the VIX creeping up and the ceasefire news keeping everyone on edge, I'm expecting a massive liquidity grab once New York wakes up. Get your questions in the chat if you're eyeing any specific entries before the madness starts at 12:30. Hey friend! Oh, I totally see why you're saying that. The market is definitely looking a bit choppy right now with that ADX sitting low at 10. But the beauty of the Julia Scalper version 6.5 is that it actually has a built-in smart mode and chop index filter specifically designed to handle these sideways ranges. We actually have a buy trade running right now from 47.25 that is currently up over 200 pips. So the EA is navigating this tight spot pretty well. I'm keeping a close eye on it for us, but I love that you're watching the price action so closely. It is wild to see the fear and greed index rising, while price action is absolutely flatlining, because usually those two don't move in opposite directions like this. We are currently velcroed to the mid-pivot at 4,729, and it feels like the market is holding its breath before that massive PCE and GDP data drop in a few hours. I am currently holding a buy from 4,725, and while we are technically up a few pips, this ADX reading under 10 is the definition of a choppy mess. If you want to see how the bot handles these stagnant ranges without getting chewed up, you can find more info about the EA on XAUUSD I am keeping a close eye on the EMA 20 at 4,722, because if we lose that, we might see a quick flush toward the 42727 area, where the 200 SMA is lurking. Drop your questions in the chat if you are wondering about these intermarket correlations, because even with the dollar looking flat, these yields are softening, and that usually gives us the tailwind we need for a clean breakout. Hey Harshatagral! Oh, you're looking at my favorite pair. Gold is currently sitting around the 4,726 level, and we actually have a live buy trade running right now that's up over 150 pips. The market is looking a bit ranging and choppy with that low ADX, but I love seeing it hold steady above that 4,725 mark. It's an exciting time to watch the charts, so I'm really glad you're here to track this move with me. The Bollinger Bands are tightening up in a massive way right now, and you know what they say about a coiled spring eventually snapping. We are literally sandwiched between the mid-range of those bands and the EMA 20 at 4,722, which is creating this incredibly frustrating choppy mess while we wait for the big macro data. Volatility is sitting at less than 1%, so the market is clearly holding its breath for that core PCE print. I am currently sitting in a buy from 4,725 because the lower timeframes are screaming strength, and honestly, seeing the sentiment index slowly climb out of the gutter tells me that the fear is starting to translate into actual buying pressure. If we can finally clear this mid-pivot at 4,729 and hold it, I think we have a real shot at testing the R1 level closer to 5,359 once New York wakes up. I am keeping a very close eye on those 10-year yields, because if they keep sliding, this gold trade is going to get very spicy very fast. What are you guys seeing on your charts? Any specific levels you want me to pull up while we wait for the data drop?
Hey Katusham. Oh wow, you are making me blush over here. That is so sweet of you to say, and it really makes my day to have you hanging out with us on the stream. I'm sending that love right back to you. We've actually got a buy trade running on gold right now that's looking pretty good, so I'm glad you're here to see the action. Stay tuned because things are getting exciting. Look at this 4,729 level where we are basically stuck in the mud right now. We have a massive cluster of trapped shorts who jumped in during that earlier chop, and you can see them sweating as we hold firm right on the mid-pivot. London is trying to push us higher, and my open buy from 4,725 is currently breathing well while we wait for that liquidity grab above the recent highs. I am keeping a very close eye on the EMA 20, because if we lose that support, we might see a quick flush of the late longs before the heavy hitters over at XAUUSD Julia.com get some clarity from the PCE print later. The dollar index is absolutely flat, which is keeping this a range-bound mess for now, but with the 10-year yield softening, the path of least resistance still feels like a squeeze to the upside. Get ready because when this GDP and inflation data hits in a few hours, all these range traders are going to get caught on the wrong side of the move. The Bollinger Bands are absolutely strangling us right now, and that massive squeeze is telling me a volcanic move is brewing once we clear this lunch slump. We are basically velcroed to the mid-pivot at 4,729, and while it feels like a choppy mess, the volatility is actually starting to coil up for the heavy hitters like core PCE and GDP coming across our screens soon. I'm currently sitting in a long from 4,725, and it is holding steady, especially with the bulls loaded up to the teeth in the latest positioning data. Even though sentiment is still leading toward fear, I love seeing that recovery from the extreme lows because it shows some real backbone is returning to the bid. My eyes are glued to the hourly charts where the 20 EMA is acting like a floor, but if we don't catch a real spark from the New York Open, we might just pivot around this level all morning. Where are you guys seeing on the lower time frames? Because I'm tempted to add if we retest that 4,722 area with conviction. Drop your levels in the chat, and let's see if we can catch this breakout together. The Bollinger Bands are absolutely strangling us right now, with a massive squeeze that usually signals a violent detonation is coming. We are essentially glued to the pivot at 4,729, and this low volatility environment is a total choppy mess that has been hunting stops all morning. I am currently holding a buy from 4,725 with the EA, and while we are sitting on some green pips, I am not exhaling until we clear this EMA 20 resistance. If we can actually get some momentum and shove past 4,735, we might finally see a clean breakout toward the R1 level before the heavy hitters in New York take over. I check the detailed logic behind how the bot filters these ranges on XAUUSD Julia.com whenever the price action gets this tight. With PCE and GDP data dropping in a few hours, the market is clearly holding its breath, but the fact that the big speculators are still heavily loaded on the long side gives me some confidence that we find a floor here. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat about these levels or how I am navigating this range while we wait for the volatility to return. Hey Mana Simple Life, it is so wonderful to see you back in the chat. You always make me smile. We actually have a buy trade running right now that is looking absolutely beautiful, up over 500 pips already. Gold is showing some real strength as we move through this London session, and I am just loving how this setup is performing. How are you doing today? Mana Simple Life, I am so happy to hear that. You honestly just made my day. We have a live buy trade running right now, and it is looking absolutely beautiful, up over 500 pips already. Gold is really starting to find its feet in this London session, so let's see if we can hit that take profit target together. You always bring such good energy to the stream. Zooming out to the high time frames, we see the big money is heavily stacked to the long side right now, and with the Fed practically locked into their current path, the fundamental floor for gold feels incredibly solid despite the recent month of cooling off. We are pivoting around a massive level at 4710.29, basically the midpoint of our range, while the market holds its breath for that core PCE and GDP data dump hitting in just a few hours. I am currently riding a buy from 4725 that is showing some decent life, especially with the dollar wobbling and the VIX starting to creep up as traders get nervous about the geopolitical headlines. If we can clear this 4,731 area with some real conviction, I think we have a clear runway to test the R1 pivot at 5,359. But for now, it is a total chop fest, and we are just waiting for New York to bring the real volume. I have definitely taken some heat in this range today, but catching this little bounce off the EMA 20 has me feeling better about the session ahead. Drop your questions in the chat if you are watching these levels with me, because things are about to get very spicy once that inflation data crosses the wires. You would think with the VIX climbing and fear finally creeping back into this market that we would be flying, but gold is actually acting surprisingly heavy right here. We are essentially glued to that 4,729 mid-pivot, and the 1-hour RSI is just flatlining, which tells me the market is completely paralyzed ahead of this massive PCE and GDP data drop in a few hours. I am holding this buy from 4,725, and we are currently about 50 pips in the green, but this range is such a choppy mess that I am ready to pull the trigger if we cannot clear the EMA 20. If we do not get a clean breakout soon, the trapped shorts are going to get bailed out by this lack of momentum before New York even wakes up. I am watching the 10-year yields closely because they are stabilizing, and if they catch a bid after the news, my long position is going to be in the line of fire. You can check out more about how the EA handles these specific volatility shifts over at XAUUSDJulia.com if you want to see the logic. Feel free to drop your levels in the chat or ask me anything about this upcoming 30-year bond auction, because things are about to get very spicy. We are stuck in a massive choppy mess right now with an ADX sitting under 10, but you can feel the tension building as we approach the PCE data. I am currently holding a buy from 47.25, which is finally starting to breathe. But look at how many shorts are getting trapped every time we dip toward that EMA 20 support. We just tested that mid-pivot at 47.29 and saw a quick rejection, which tells me the market is just hunting liquidity before the New York Open gets spicy. The big money positioning is still heavily tilted to the long side, and with the dollar flatlining, I think we are setting up to squeeze those late sellers if we can just clear this range. If we get a clean breakout above the hourly highs, that R1 level at 5,359 is going to act like a magnet. I am keeping a close eye on these yields because they are providing a nice tailwind for us right now. Drag up a chair and let me know what levels you guys are stocking today. Let's see if we can catch this next leg together. The EA just went short. Sell on gold at 4,724.222, stop loss at 4,730.208, targeting 4,718.236 and 4,712.25. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk.
Hey Ego oh, you bet I am keeping it going. I am so locked in right now because gold is putting on quite a show during this London session. We actually have a sell trade running at the moment, and even though the market is looking a bit choppy with that low ADX, I am staying confident in the setup. It is so great to have you here cheering me on. Look at these Bollinger Bands tightening up on the mid-range of our 4,275 to 5,101 spread, because this kind of squeeze is exactly where the big moves are born. We are essentially hovering right on the pivot midpoint at 4,729, and honestly, the volatility is so low, it feels like the market is holding its breath before that PCE data drops in a couple hours. I am watching 4,727 like a hawk, because we have been bouncing around it all morning, while the 50 SMA way up at 4,915 acts like a magnet we just cannot reach yet. It has been a rough morning for the EA, with some choppy fakeouts earlier, but that is just part of the game when the ADX is this flat. You can find more info about the EA over at XAUUSD if you want to see how it handles these ranging markets. Fear is definitely starting to creep back into the broader sentiment, and with the 10Y yield softening a bit, I think the stage is set for a massive liquidity grab once New York wakes up. Don't get chopped up in this noise before the high-impact news hits, because once we break our 1 at 535.59, things are going to get very spicy. New trade alert. Julia just opened a buy position on gold. Entry at 4,732.194. First target 4,738.375. Full target 4,744.557. Heads up, the market is currently ranging. Smart mode shows choppy conditions, so manage your risk carefully. We just saw a nasty little squeeze over the last hour as London tries to find its footing, and honestly, it is a total choppy mess out there with the ADX flatlining. I am currently underwater on this buy from 4,732 because we just pulled back to the 4,730 level, which is basically our midpoint pivot for the day. If we cannot hold this area as support, we might see a quick flush toward that 20 EMA at 4,722 before the heavy hitters in New York wake up. Everything feels like a waiting game right now because the big boys are clearly positioned long, but nobody wants to commit until those core PCE and GDP numbers hit the tape in a couple of hours. I am keeping a close eye on the VIX climbing because that tells me fear is finally bubbling up, which usually means buyers are going to step in hard if we get any dip toward the lower Bollinger. Drop your questions in the chat if you are eyeing these same levels, because this pre-news range is where the traps always get set. We have a fresh sell signal on gold. The EA entered at 4,726.851 with stop loss at 4,733.224. First target 4,720.478. Second target 4,714.104. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk. Wait, look at this divergence starting to play out on the 1-hour chart, right as we sit on this mid-pivot around 4,729. I have been staring at these candles all morning, and even though it feels like a total choppy mess with that ADX stuck in the basement, the momentum just shifted. We are currently hugging that 4,728 level, but I am seeing a sneaky liquidity grab every time we dip towards the EMA 20. My current sell is feeling the heat as the buyers refuse to let go, and honestly, with that massive PCE and GDP data drop coming in 2 hours, we are likely just builds up energy for a massive directional move. If we can clean out the trapped shorts above 4,735, I think we run straight for the R1 ceiling. I am keeping a close eye on how the EA manages these micro fluctuations during this pre-news lull, and you can find more details on how that logic works over at XAUUSD If anyone has questions about why we are ignoring the flat dollar right now, drop them in the chat. Hey, at it! Oh, I am so happy to see you here today. We have 142 traders hanging out with us right now, and I'm just watching this London session volatility pick up. We actually have an open sell trade running as gold hovers around 4,728. And I'm keeping a close eye on it because this market is a bit choppy right now. Just a heads up, we have some huge news dropping in about 2 hours that is going to shake things up, so I'm glad you've joined us at such an exciting time. Feel free to ask anything about the setup. Buy signal confirmed on gold. Entry price 4,731.528. The EA is targeting 4,738.186 first, then 4,744.845 for the full move. Market update. We are in a ranging market. This is a higher risk environment. The smart mode filter is watching.
Hey Cleoparton! Oh, I'm so glad you asked. So if you're not seeing any trades right now, it's actually because the market is looking a bit messy with a high chop index of 63.8, and the Julia Scalper is being smart and staying patient. We do actually have a small buy trade open right now at 4,732.327, but the EA is very selective when the trend is this weak. Just make sure your auto trading button is green and that cute little smiley face is showing in the corner of your chart. You're going to love how it protects your capital during these ranging sessions.
But Mbutha, you are totally right about that. It has been such a choppy morning with the ADX, sitting way down at 8.6, which really shows that lack of a strong trend right now. I am keeping a close eye on this current buy trade we have open at 4,732, because gold is just teasing that mid-pivot level while we all wait for the high-impact PCE and GDP data coming out in a couple of hours. It definitely feels like the market is holding its breath for those big US numbers to give us a real breakout. Are you staying patient or looking for those quick scalps in this range? Look at that rejection we just saw off the mid-pivot at 4,729, which is why I love the long position the EA grabbed at 4,732, because it shows the buyers are hungry to defend this territory. We just broke back above the 4,739 level as the London volume flows in, and with the dollar sitting totally flat right now, gold is finding plenty of room to breathe. I'm keeping a close eye on the 50 SMA way up near 4,915, but honestly, this choppy mess might persist until the New York Open, when that massive core PCE and GDP data drop hits. If we can clear the recent intraday highs, I think we have a clean run toward the R1 pivot at 5,359, especially with the bulls still heavily stacked in the COT data. If you want to see how this strategy handles these high-impact volatility spikes, all the details on the EA are over at XAUUSDJulia.com. The VIX is creeping up and fear is finally starting to translate into actual bid pressure, so stay sharp because things are about to get very spicy in 90 minutes. Does anyone have eyes on the yields